Oh, I forgot to turn on the bot. Hold on. Bot, come on, boot up. Also, at Looney, just in case. Convenience, take off the charity. No, I said take that off. Connect. Yeah, that should be good. Alright. And then input. I said input. There we go. Alright. We're good. Let's continue. Jeez, man. Why is this game so long? Why does it take so long to do stuff? As the stream title says, I'm gonna be starting earlier from here on and ending a little later than I usually do. Just so I can get more of this game in. Because I want to see more. I don't want to be stuck on. I don't have to do 2 streams every time for investigations. So let's continue. Alright. So where were Alright, we were in this second room. I have to talk to this guy. I think I already presented my badge to him, so I can't go like, look at this badge. Let's just talk. Last night, Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk to you about something. No! Oh? I do not want to talk. Leave my cabin now. This is going terribly. We're not getting anywhere here. I agree. There may be someone else who can help. Perhaps a great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Why is he sleeping in the cabin? Or in the cabinet? First class cabin. Mr. Roylott, we'd like to talk to you about something. No! Oh, it's gonna be the same thing. Yeah, it's the same exact thing. Okay. Okay, fine. I'm not even gonna try that last one. Alright. It wants me to talk to you, so I'm gonna talk to you. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating a sea voyage from the vines of the wardrobe whilst waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Oh! And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually. You're spot on for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And you know what the most effective weapon to use against Russian hiding a secret? Why? The truth, of course. Doesn't that work on everybody, not just Russian? Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. I was gonna say. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian would react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please! Yeah. Hey, the Maya fists! Well then, what you're about to see may well astound you. for I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Could this man be more hackneyed could this man be a more hackneyed... Oh, I didn't mean to push that button. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you, or anyone.
That's right. And Mr. Sholmes? I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting. But I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment.
Shh. I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at me, my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I've quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I've reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of someone most dear. Those look like scissors to me, but I guess they are pretty long. Are you not? Who? And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment, no less, in the midst of committing the most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Ooh!
Oh, never heard of son. I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes.
That was a great deduction.
Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person.
I like how they're like on the sides, facing away, and then facing me. That's a new and interesting touch. What? What ineffable twaddle.
Oh yes, I read all about it countless times in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. And this is like a dream true. Aww!
I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Roylott's face. Oh no, he's turning purple! Do I love being purple? It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such things? You should say. Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So I do cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. The great deduction game is okay. This is topic 1. Old man's identity. So this is... Hold on. Okay, I can't stop this. Okay. So this is that thing they were advertising on at E3. I had the volume on, but I did not look at the screen at all. So I did not look at all at what they were saying and what the conclusion is. And I don't know if they were spoiling anything or if they had like sample text, but all I heard was that this is a brand new feature. I have no idea what the dialogue said during this moment. That's what I have to say about this. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away at the copious beard you sport. Now moving on. The question begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of that magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed the light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, the fascinating front page article. Which, it would appear, you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Violent Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the author possesses an extremely copious beard. His nose is completely different, though. Having noted the article for yourself, you decide to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Milan Bolshevik. Not that I've actually heard of you myself, you understand. You called me Bolshevik earlier. Conclusion, a revolutionary on the run. Wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing the most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Oh! And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than them both. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime stands before our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly see inside it, we ask? Why, my estimation. A young lady, perhaps, once light enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd! There's no one that can fit in that box. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil, your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found on the pages of this newspaper. For there is another, most stimulating argument. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page, renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us but to one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Kidnapping of a young ballerina. Alright. Well, you can't fit a person in that stupid case. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma. Elemensky. Elemensky? Is that like a play on elementary? Like Elementary, My Dear Watson? Susato-san? That wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing about so much, was it?
Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sherlock's brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow.
Okay, at least she knows it too. Excuse me, Miss Sholmes. Could you come over here for a moment?
Pray, what can I do for you?
It's about your deductions. Would you mind?
Not at all. Go on.
Well, to start with, there's a newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other.
Ah, yes. I recall our discussion earlier. And at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance.
In fairness,
Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do.
that's not the point.
That's not the point! And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman.
Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child in that case. Even if you push really hard.
I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she?
What the hell is this conversation?
You mean you don't know? No, young lady is 15.
No, we didn't know. How could I?
Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out of the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litheness in their bodies.
Vinegar?
For such a sour brunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case.
So you think she's a contortionist?
Oh dear. You might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes.
This whole thing is turning into a circus. Like it wasn't one already.
Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical.
What?
His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seems a little off.
Your idea of maybe a little off itself, Mrs. Susato. Miss Susato.
It's just one or two key words in this section that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives? What do you think?
Switch some keywords in his deductions.
Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we can unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction.
Precisely the thought I was going through my own mind. This man has a lot of work.
At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. And you, my good Philip.
Sorry?
Take a moment to look at your wrists.
My wrists? Still. Oh!
Where are your handcuffs?
Okay, thank you. Huh? How did...
I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance abduction.
I don't believe it.
Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel.
Well, thank you.
And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished.
What? Okay. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this.
So, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Alright. See, how do we actually do this? Alright, so I'm pretty sure we've already read all this. Yeah, we definitely read all this. Cheers, he still reacts to that. Hitting us in the face. Copious beard, okay. Yeah, notice he did question that.
I'm not so sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard?
I doubt there's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though.
That doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either.
Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. What would you use to cut a beard like that in that day and age? Like, even nowadays, you can't just use a razor to cut off an entire full-length beard like that.
Let's try to switch the keyword here, Naruto-san, and see if the haps matters.
Alright.
But how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott.
Wonder if it's really his beard he intends to use those shears on.
Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sherlock's deduction better,
Then what?
then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruto-san.
Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really gonna use those enormous shears for? Okay. Thick hat? You cut the hat with that, I guess. Coat buttons. Okay, it has to be like on him. Oh, I can actually. Okay, cool. Golden locks. Uh-oh. What? Okay. We got like a Rapunzel dude here. What the? What is this?
It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks.
No. The color's not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair?
Oh yes, that's true. So stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising.
Something's definitely not right here. I've got a feeling that Mr. Roylott is a Mrs. Roylott. Presents.
Yes!
Pog! You were on the verge of using shears to cut away your golden locks, sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. No, you weren't. Such lush golden hair certainly does not benefit an old man. You are not a man at all. You're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in your youth. Oh no! If only I'd managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question begged is this: why would you decide to rid yourself of those magnificent locks? And don't push that button. Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Okay, we're back to where we're back to where we were. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that the old man was really a young woman in disguise. Did you? I mean, we've seen stuff like this before in Ace Attorney, so it's not that shocking. What? Why are you staring at me? Why are you staring at me like that?
Yes, it was a surprise, Naruto-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you?
Sorry?
You're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes.
I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business. This is strictly.
Yes, I understand. Say no more.
Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the fact at all now.
No, that's true. Given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman.
Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary.
I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now.
Yes.
Switch the evidence for something else. Something that fix the facts as we now understand them.
For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best.
Yes!
Stop saying yes, please. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. Oh, that's right. You've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nicolona... Miss Nicolina Pavlova. Oh! Girl.
You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nicolina Pavlova.
I like Nina better.
But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone.
Solved. Cool. Wrong doing kidnapping of a young ballerina. Gee, that's definitely wrong. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. What perpetrates this crime? Over there. Yeah, we've seen this already. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Yeah, of course. Ah! I assure you, I speak most we've seen this already. About the case. Traveling case. This woman is a ballerina. She's right in front of our eyes. So she clearly can't be inside the traveling case as well.
No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all.
You think? In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? Ha! I can see I'm gonna have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again.
You seem to look pleased, Naruto-san. You like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes?
Stop it! Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Alright, what do we have here? Oh, we don't really have... Oh, there's a tiara there. This has gotta be it.
Yes!
Gotcha. The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe that
I believe this tiara was worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in the newspaper article. Oh, thanks for the host count. And if reporting, gonna switch to my bed. Alright, cool. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no! Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Ah! I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an arrow or pressure. It belongs to me. This girl's only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. Aww. She must have been extremely lonely. Aww. Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point in hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, is there no sense in playing games with me? Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to the life of crime, are we? You're careless, coup de... Yeah, we've already seen this. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, the reason you... Oh, this is different. Yes, the reason why you refused... Bleh! I didn't get a chance to read that. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? I guess that's fair. That's definitely fair. Maybe. But why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, sure. It's just a wild guess, surely. I just realized, why is everything on the bookshelf has fallen down the exact same way as in the crime scene. What? Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that is true. But still, Miss Pavlova certainly does cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. There has to be another reason why she won't open her case. It must be somewhere in the same area, if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree. That's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. The rules of passage. Books on the shelf. What is this? Small picture. What is this? This is a charming little picture, isn't it? What is it? Someone climbing a steep mountainside? Or a sitting one, it seems to me. When you've been on the flat sea for a while, maybe you start seeing hills and mountains and everything. Alright, well. There's a door. Can't really go much further than this. I'm gonna read the rules of passage. These are the rules of passage for travel abroad that says Buria. Buria.
Thanks for the host, John. Now get out of here. And I mean that in the nicest sense. Is he gone? Is he gone? Okay, he's probably gone.
Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
Pets. There was exactly the same notice in our cabin too. I wonder if it happens if you what happens if you break the rules.
Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe in Naruto-san. You'd probably be left to drift in the freezing cold ocean.
Wait, didn't the case like jump up when we got in here? I don't remember. It probably did.
Or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end.
I've got a feeling she's got a dog in there. I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I? Well, I'm assuming she's got a pet in that case. Gotcha. Sweet. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from the carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. Yeah, it's definitely moving. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves one possibility, I suppose, inside your traveling case. Is the last item as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage a pet? Ah! Wrongdoing. Possession of a prohibited animal. Sweet. Elementary, my dear Watson. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were.
No, I'm not Grimsby Rylot. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct.
You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which could have been easy. The Beria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could you really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. You intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair. No, that was me. If it was about you cutting off your own hair, who was it then that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell. Why other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me.
I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself. So no one would recognize me.
Disgust myself? Okay.
As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man. I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened. I couldn't stop from screaming.
That's the same tiara that she has.
I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. so I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Annoyingly unlocked. Things happen like that. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Well, those two even talk about the same thing. There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You are right. It's my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. That's not creepy at all. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say it to any other crew. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. Yes, all right. I'll tell you. Well, Mr. Naruto, was that something, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. But it was mostly me. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wrists. Oh no, did you put them back on? Damn it! Ah, your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I've restored your shackles. Grr. When and why? There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruto. I'm sorry to say. It can't be helped at the moment. Can't it? Really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about his diary really was. I didn't realize that the speckled band is actually the name of the case. So this speckled band has to be important. Alright. Well, actually, first of all, since you're a brand new person, look at this badge! Can I show you this? Actually, University student from the Empire of Japan, you see. Empire? Alright. That means nothing to me. No, why would it? Mr. Naruto, if you determine to flaunt your Yume badge, at least choose a Japanese person who might recognize it. Miss Sasuto, can I show you this? Maybe later. Oh, I could show Inspector Hosonaga too. I think I've already shown it to him though. What happened last night? Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Yeah. Oh. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest? Perhaps the steam engine exploded? If the steam engine exploded, we'd all be dead by now. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed that had happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you could tell us? I don't know. What? I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. Oh no, she was a paranoid girl. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. Running away. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America.
Okay, America at least exists. Well, of course, 1800s. It would exist. It would just be like very young.
I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I'll start a new life.
You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder.
But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money on my own.
Ah, that makes sense.
The Novovich Ballet only gives us a little food and water. We must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes. All the crew of the ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board. They said I could hide in this cabin.
Oh, they actually knew that you were yeah, they actually knew that you were from the Novovich Ballet and that you were the missing girl. All right. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Oh, geez, what?
Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruto?
Me? Oh, well, yes, of course, I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum? I'm not sure about. Alright, what do we have here? Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night when you boarded this ship vessel. However, the SS Boreas stopped at no port last night. Ah, that's it. Of course. That's a good point. So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard?
Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when you mentioned that. I was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard.
Flashback, okay. What did he actually say? That's not your business. Oh. Yes, you're right. You did seem to be hiding something.
An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage.
Sorry? What was that?
This is how a Russian newspaper described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel.
What? Considering English is your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Okay, so yeah, I guess that makes sense. That sort of makes sense. We're all speaking English. That's how we're able to communicate freely between a Russian, a British man, and a bunch of Japanese.
Mr. Sholmes once said, I can never resist the touch of the dramatic. And since Miss Pavlova is the same.
And I guess considering the last case we didn't know what English was, or at least didn't know much. It seems like in the time frame between now and that last case, we must have learned a lot. Must have become much more fluent. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Alright. I'm gonna guess it's a dog in there. So the friend you mentioned inside your traveling case, is that right? Oh, the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right?
I don't think animals are allowed on board, according to the rules of passage. Please, don't tell. Don't tell any of the crew.
The crew doesn't know about the dog, but they knew about you.
If they found my precious. My precious!
The burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison and throw you, in your case, overboard, no doubt.
Ah!
So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes.
What sort of a pet, your friend? A little puppy? Is it? Is it? It is, isn't it?
No? It's not a puppy? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? No? Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, don't you? Oh. Don't they have small rabbits there then? You may as well ask. I have no idea. That one got me pretty hard. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the true nature of young ballerinas' friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. What? A freaking chicken?
Really?
Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it can satisfy the needs of sustenance. What? Why would she eat her own chicken? So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. Yeah, it's not a chicken. I was gonna say. Also, your earring looks like someone else's from a different Ace Attorney game. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret that not to be revealed. Ah! Ha, 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 ha. She obviously didn't quite trust us yet. It's something I should like to show her. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Alright, let's see what we have here. Oh! The Russian text. Nice, she can actually read this. Miss Pavlova, would you take a look at this?
I don't know. I don't know anything.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Mr. Naruhodo, you're frightening the poor girl.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't trying to. Oh, well, now I guess that wasn't it. Oh, the speckled band? Well, she doesn't know anything, though. This is the diary of my friend who passed away.
His diary?
Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. Then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. What? Does she have friggin' snakes in there?
Speckled band? I don't understand.
It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentioned joins this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall.
In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps?
The whistling sound? Wait, the snakes don't...
Ah!
Unless it's a rattlesnake. Snakes do hiss.
No. I don't know anything.
Oh, Jeez, I'm expecting Cyclops to pop up, but this is not Ace Attorney. I'm not Phoenix. Uh-oh. Excuse me, Mr. Royla.
Yes.
Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. Alright, I will come now. What?
You must leave. No.
Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us.
Yes, please don't worry about yourself, Mr. Warlock.
Get out! The passengers are out! You want with me to throw you out too?
Ugh, looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin till later. Oh no. We need to find out what sort of animals in that case.
What a pity.
And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. To be continued. Oh, jeez. So are we going to get more investigation, or are we going to go straight to top trial? And that would have been an extra hour. Yeah. Investigation part 2, yeah. More investigation. Let's say, there's no way we're going to trial right now.
I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that.
I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be.
We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past the sailor garden door.
Yeah, you burly sailor. He's clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute.
What is it?
Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where'd he go?
Oh yes, he's completely disappeared.
What? When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring that these were securely back on my wrists. Alright, well, let's see. Can't go to Mass Pavlova's cabin. I'm gonna go back to Kazma's cabin. Back to the scene of the crime. Seems like there's something here. Looks like they're still investigating in here.
Yes, on that subject.
I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed?
Surely you haven't forgotten, have you? Never heard of something? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you.
Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. But no. Is he not in here? No, there he is. No, he doesn't look too happy. Oh, yeah, oof. Ah, you're back. Inspector!
What happened to you? Your face is...
Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. I would say a black eye is not a scratch. Also, you need to get new glasses. Maybe a pair, maybe. When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to.
Well, thanks to your efforts, you know a little about the neighboring cabin.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh,
I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like
Hairlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. He looks so silly with that pose now. Alright, what do we got? What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please! What self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? You love ballet. Okay, cool. Oops, I think I upset him there. Oh, he's bleeding again. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Face palm. Oops, now I've definitely upset him.
Inspector, has your investigation in here fruitful?
If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job.
Oh, I see.
Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you.
Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please.
Oh, new information. Cool. What is this new information, Inspector? It's this. What the heck is that? A clipboard with an envelope, a couple envelopes? The Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, it's the autopsy. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report.
Kazuma-sama.
Aww. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report. Cervical vertebrae? His spine was snapped?
His neck was broken?
Oh. Oh. Well, at least it was quick. Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in the system at all. So, if it did end up being a snake that slithered through there, the snake couldn't have killed him because, I mean, unless it, well, there's no way like a giant python could fit through that grate. And if it was a small, and then there would have to be a small snake, and then even then, there's no way a small snake would have been able to snap his neck. The small snake would have had to kill him via poison, and there's no poison. All right, so I guess the snake possibility is out. But I'm still not convinced that there isn't a snake somewhere. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests that it may have been a blunt object. Something that wouldn't leave a mark. Figured. Oh, I see. Or someone could have just, like, grabbed his neck, snapped it. I didn't mean to push that button.
All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left.
Of course, we don't have a freaking weapon again. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah, that's a good point. The report of the SS Birdie as a medical officer, giving the cause of death as a cervical spine injury. There were no traces of external injury or poison. Okay. That also means the cause of death was instant. Which, in that case, he couldn't have written that message at all. So I guess that's to be obvious. Usually someone else writes those messages anyways. Alright, what do you have to say about Holmes? Or Sholmes? Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, wasn't he? Yes, he seemed to enjoy himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes, just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass, do you see? Perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? I guess that makes sense. If there's no sign of external wound, then that can't be blood. It's gotta have to be something else. Ah, yes. That must be it. But how can Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. Just smell it. Oh, isn't it dried up? What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-san was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? Sort of dark brownish red then. Yes, a little like the color red wine, but darker. I haven't repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? Huh. Surprised we didn't get that the first time. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. And please repair that. Please take care of those injuries. Poor Inspector, you look exhausted. Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect SOG-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke up this morning. What? A heavy head? That's interesting. Was his bodyguard drugged? My head's still throbbing too. What? Are we gonna get anything new about this? It's clear that these letters were written on the ink that was somehow spilled on the floor. They spell the Russian word for wardrobe. That seems to be an unambiguous pointer here. Never heard something. I think we've already seen this. I don't remember. Yeah. It begs the question of who did write it. And I mean, he can't exactly write that if he was dead. What do you have to say?
Yo! Where did you go?
Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin.
Why? Who gave you permission for this?
Well, Seaman Hosanaga did.
That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into a ball and throw him into cold room.
Whew, he's going back to going to the door. I hope Inspector Hosanaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. Aww.
That could be a very long time from now, Naruto-san.
If he found guilty, it would be. But if not... I think... Oh, I guess we can examine this, because the bookshelf was definitely different. It was definitely like the same. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin, neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh yes, and you tightened them up, didn't you?
You have to look into the ship's property. Unruly behavior and the cabin's leads to damage.
But if it really wasn't me who knocked them over.
Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy.
Huh. I still wonder, like, what was on the cabin? I'm gonna double check this. The ventilator joins Miss Pablo's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Casimir saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it.
If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we were.
Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything, though.
I'm not sure.
I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there's something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. I mean, have I done everything there is in here? Okay, there's something new here. I'm gonna take a drink, hold on. Alright.
Ah! Look, Naruto-san! Seaman Stroganoff is gone.
Oh, he's gone? Strong enough? Oh, Stroganoff, strong enough. Why do they have to spell out the his name pun for me? Damn it.
The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us.
All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing.
I did the great detective way.
I'm not good at singing, I'm sorry.
It's caroling. I know that lark-like voice.
Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us.
Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate.
Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back.
It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot.
Oh, that is the wrong button. Let's get inside. Oh, the case is open. The freaking case is open. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are our private things.
There's not a moment to waste now, Herders. We must investigate as quickly as we can.
I suppose you're right. For Cosmo's sake.
Not just for Cosmo-san.
What do you mean?
It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there.
Really?
We must solve this case now, Herders-san. By ourselves if we have to.
Yes, we will. Alright, what do we have here? First of all, the freaking bookcase is the exact same way as you saw the other one. All the books are toppled over together. Look, every single one.
Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled over too, though.
Exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Cosmo's cabin.
Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase.
I don't think that's a... I don't like that, coincidence. I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company?
Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage.
That's what we said about the last bookcase. Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know.
Well, anyway, I set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray.
Jeez. Whatever. Freaking case is open. That's the other thing that popped out to me.
Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open.
It's completely empty inside. But according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there.
Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret.
Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Beria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. More to the point, where is it now? Yeah, that's a good point. This is a trash can.
I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket.
Waste paper basket. Alright, just call it a trash can, please. Let me have a little look and see what's been thrown away.
Never heard of son. It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know.
Those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now.
However, these are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly. We have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Damn it.
Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
I think she wanted to be more excited about something. Alright, what? A teapot and a kettle. Well, a teapot and a cup.
You don't seem this teapot is empty.
Huh. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people.
Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night. She hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either.
It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it.
You're rather obstinate, aren't you?
Never heard of song? Well, I wonder. I just wonder how much yellow snow there is in Russia. Alright, let's check out the desk. There's just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it.
Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all.
That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read.
Let me see. Yes, I see. You see that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading. books written in Russian.
Thanks. I think I probably already knew that.
It's rude to ask too much. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruto-sana. It's clear. Kindly remember that.
Well, you can't exactly read that in the first place. Okay, so. Ah, yes, they're displaying this cabin too. Look, the SS Beria rules of passage. Passengers must not keep two weapons or other dangerous objects in the cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. My special friend, I mean.
I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. I wonder. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine.
I just hope Steven Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard.
Oh, yes. So do I. There's another case right here.
Never heard of some. Are you there?
Sorry? I'm right here, yes? Why?
Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I was in the...
Wait, I didn't touch the wardrobe at all. I was looking at the bag.
There's no place like home.
Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Not every wardrobe leads to Narnia, you know.
Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone can fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes.
One of them actually kind of looks like Phoenix's outfit. A little bit, the blue one. Oh, actually, you know what? You know what? It kind of looks like Phoenix's blue suit, Edgeworth's, what is that, magenta vest, and then Gumshoe's dirty green tattered coat. I don't know what the white one would be, but it kind of looks like Phoenix, Gumshoe, and Edgeworth. Huh. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. That has got to be a clear reference. Alright, let's take a look at this. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door.
Yes. Although what a fool the shipbuilder must have been to open a ventilator in another room.
Ah, maybe? It's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm.
Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning.
That's a good point. That's a possibility. Anyways, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. If only we had a step ladder we can go up to look at that. Or is it a regular ladder? There's more. Well, I guess a door. Well, you know what? I guess I haven't checked out this plate. Why is this plate on the floor?
I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor.
Sauce or whatever. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately.
Ah, do you think there could have been a leak in the roof just above here?
Or maybe she was feeding her pet.
What?
A leak?
This is a ship. Quite safe. Is this ship quite safe?
I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is gonna sink.
No, you're right. Of course you're right.
She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? She's afraid of drowning, isn't she? I feel like she definitely used that to like feed her pet or something. Let's check the door. This cabin door has the same simple sort of botched latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside.
Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across on its own accord, would it?
No, when the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside.
It seals up perfectly, and it seals up perfectly too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around a closed door either.
I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Wait, what? There's more? Oh, is this that speckled band? One of these next to the bed in Cosmo's cabin too.
Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist.
She barely hesitated there, and she gave a good tug too. Yeah, this is the bell sound we heard.
No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come.
We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. But we have a band, a bell, and the band looks like it's patterned. What else do I have to look at? I'm definitely I'm missing something. I can't examine the bag. I tried to earlier. I can't examine this. Chair. There's this coat racks. Why have I not examined? This. I can't. That's smart to move here. What am I trying to look at here? I can't look at this. I don't see anything else suspicious. Wait, what was that radar option? Oh, okay, that's just to make it a normal story. I don't know, but I don't know. It's clearly something I miss. What if I'm supposed to go here and examine this band? Because I haven't done this yet.
Yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think.
What do you mean, contraption?
I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you could pull to ring a bell to summon servants.
Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try?
Yes! In the interest of cultural research, obviously.
Aww.
I suppose no one comes for the lowly Japanese people.
No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. Well, that didn't do anything. It didn't appear that... Yeah, it doesn't appear that that changed anything about the dialogue here. What am I supposed to look at? floor looks a little different on this end. It's a nice looking rug. I seriously don't know. What is... Now I need to arrange on the shelf. Well, the dancing inside happens. Tell it Miss Pablo, but not me.
Well, anyway, I feel much better now that I really lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy.
Yeah. Still wonder why it's like that. Can I not open these? I can't like examine the bolt itself. The entire door does that.
What am I missing? What the heck am I missing?
I seriously do not know this. That's not the cup. Not the coat rack. There's nothing up here. Seems like nothing along there. There's not these girders. It would be silly up here with the girders. Hold on, I'm gonna look at history here. How far does this go back? Gas poisoning. Okay, and then that was us talking about the ventilator. What am I supposed to be looking for? Is there like, out of curiosity, there's like not like one of those things. Like, why can't I examine this bag? Seems very strange. And then why can't I examine this either? This also seems very strange. Can't we just move the chair out of the way and look at her tiara if it's still there? I'm at a loss for words. I swear I've gone over every bit of... I don't want to look up what it is because... Is there something in previous rooms that I forgot about? Is there something here? No? Oh, hi. Okay, maybe I'm supposed to talk to him.
Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Look.
Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you?
He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. I did it the big detective way.
Oh yeah, I guess he was singing. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us yet?
Or simply in extremely high spirits. Yes, there were times I was sure you knew. When the yard bit off more than you can chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky her luck was about.
Excuse me.
I solved it and I stood tall. Solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way.
Mr. Sholmes! Ah! What is it? You want to fight him? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climactic finish. I like the fighting pose he's in. I also like this song. I'm starting to grow to like his theme. Sorry, I thought you were never gonna stop, so I figured now is a good time as any. I was very nearly. I very nearly dropped to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Dropped you to the floor with one. Alright, I get the picture. Now, could you put those fists away?
Mr. Sholmes, you seemed to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by a stockily built crewman, who's usually on guard here.
Oh yes, the ship's log.
And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of entries are blank, which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... Oh, which means there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... Oh, you truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Invisible ink? Your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. You will see that the same crewman off stands sentry in the first-class passageway, and is an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Yeah, I feel like invisible ink is at hand. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes?
Nothing to report.
Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report.
You mean?
Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
That remains a mystery for now. But we can be sure that something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I will stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Okay, that's actually not bad logic. You don't write something in the book. Like he forgets to write nothing to report. I could see that instead of invisible ink, but I can see it both ways. Ship's logs. Alright, cool. Now that deduction is worthy of a great detective. So yes, good logic here and there. Ah, you're starting to understand by what my is. I see. What makes Sholmes brilliant. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some... What? Everyone's got a throbbing head? Well, my friends, until our next encounter. What the heck is going on? He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought.
It's just... well, I feel the same.
Sorry? Is your head hurting?
Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache.
Oh no! What the heck?
A sort of continuous throbbing.
Oh, you too? What's going on? Okay, so we got something new. Ding, 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 ding.
Ah, what's that?
Uh-oh. Shut down all engines immediately. Vessel sighted at quarter-mile 4. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. What the?
I think we're about to crash into another ship.
What?
I can't stand. So soon as that. Hold on to me. What? What the heck? Susada-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you. Never heard a sound.
It looks like we avoided a collision. Oh, the books and stuff are all fallen again. I think. Yes, the ship has come to a stop.
Oh my goodness, what about you now, Harusan? Are you hurt?
No, I'm fine. Oh, is anyone there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like
Inspector Harusunaga.
Is that you in there, Nobuhiro-san? Oh no, is that you in there, Nobuhiro-san? Unbolt the door quickly. Unbolt it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, now I know how the door was locked. What? The bolt? Look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, no, Sasuda-san?
No, I didn't touch it.
Well, that's strange. How did someone stop the ship? And look at all the books. Oh, just like they were before again.
No, Harusan. Aren't you gonna open the door and let the inspector in?
Better tie this place up first. No, don't do that. A violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. Oh no. I heard it around tying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued. Well, this definitely seems to be going faster than before. Yeah, that didn't even take an hour. Investigation part 3 though. All right. Somehow the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Jeez, man. Susada-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. Oh, hi, girly. Yo, what you are doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? You both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment.
Oh, I see.
Somebody triggered the alarm. Does that mean someone pressed that button outside?
Ah, you wicked intruder! Dressed all in black! You are the devil!
Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first.
You opened my traveling case. How could you?
I did nothing of the sort. What? No, we didn't touch it.
That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector!
Yes?
Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. It is not enough that he has killed a man.
Ah, and he is stowaway as well. If Vixen promises to not to steal chicken, do you believe?
Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else.
Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She's right, you are devil. It doesn't look good, does it? There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we docking to Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell?
Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do?
This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. Ah. After my last effort to appeal the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options.
This is terrible.
It's a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Let's talk to you. Miss Pavlova, can I...
Get out!
Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but
Get out now!
we just need to investigate in here to help understand what happened. I can't read Russian. It's no use. She's not going to listen. I need to find someone who will. I mean, try you. Please, just give me a little more time. I do nothing for you, except to show you way to ship's prison cell. Thanks, but no thanks. But I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone. And trespassing and stowing away? Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues, and well... Enough! You are guilty! Ship's shell is only place fit for you. Come on, there has to be someone. Savior, rescue me from this crisis. You've got yourself into a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face would be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now that this has happened, I'll have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. Let me save your friends. Okay. What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? Take that freaking tiara off! Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Haven't I told you as such a detective? It's my business to know what other people do not. There isn't mere tomfoolery in that boy. Oh no. Well, why were you hanging from the hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of 20,000 rubles, naturally. Hold on. Pigged out. I wish to determine if it would have been a conceited looking hook on the wall, so full of bragging belts. I'll never know whether this man takes. I'll never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is the report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean one thing. I'm getting my voices mixed up, jeez. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night, here on this vessel, the steamship port Beria, has been solved. By me, naturally. Oh, jeez, what? What?
Really?
Yes, I've eliminated all of the possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to eliminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great detection of the case. Oh, we got a second one of these, I think. Ha! You have solved it! Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning. We all found criminal in wardrobe. It is the stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it! The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because, as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. Dudes. That means that the culprit must be someone who is inside the cabin.
Yes, it is what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories.
Duh! Locked room! That is point!
The room was locked.
Well, I can't deny that. Well, I know how it got locked. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You were quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not the so-called locked room at all.
What?
Oh yes, there's another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to get back to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it keeps open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator man. What? The ventilator? Oh, ha, 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 ha. You think this is funny? I can't even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It is not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator.
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? Are you referring to the words Cosmo-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can feel your fate listening to 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is staying on from the ventilator rail.
Precisely, my dear madam. What does this mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? This is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you in your course. Behold. Yeah! What the? I freaking knew it. Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The speckled band. A snake? Indubitably. Everyone's just shocked. Well, he's not even budging. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Wait, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? Looks more stripy. Wouldn't you say? Hmm?
Yes, you're right. I think in this case, you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap in which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap?
How exactly?
I think perhaps it's time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me.
There are two conclusions that are drawn from the facts. Number one, last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin.
Ah,
And number two, the same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. Yeah, we're gonna do another one of these things.
no!
She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Master Asoji. Looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head.
Otherwise, as little movement as possible, Seaman. You went with the fangs of that long friend of your neck in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
Okay, here we go again. What we got here? Intruder's identity.
Miss Pebble, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. You cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain.
Aching heart. She didn't.
And it's that very pain that evidence your inextricable link into the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that fortuitous night? Why, naturally, it was a friend, which you bored dismissal, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we have seen before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary.
Seems like the snake is like,
Written observations on the night question. Tell of speckled band.
words, regrettably. Don't. You better not kill that guy.
The specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we give then, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, she reacted to me.
No, don't look at me! This has nothing to do with any of this. No, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that is what you're trying, but failing to conceal. It can only be the snake's slow skin.
The scarf.
Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No. I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slid next door. Using the bell cord on the other side of the bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared that the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as the speckled band.
In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed snake. His markings change after each time it's slouched skin. Let me just put another one in here. Another big doubt. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the depths of India. India? Topic 2. How much acid you died? Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why? According to the data of which I have been appraised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. Ah! In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Dude! You idiot! I guess he probably doesn't know about the autopsy. That's easy. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no, could there be?
Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusive. The almost, but not quite, impermeable puncture of the wounds left by the victim's venomous fangs conceal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend.
This makes no sense.
There's no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your unauthority glance betrays you the hiding place you choose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cab, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt.
You don't.
It's telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he had heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was not. The sound you had used to train your serpent friend.
To train?
Indeed, you put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen to the signs of life from the door. If the victim appeared to have not been dispatched, you would release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training?
It's not true.
Having slid through the ventilator and down the belt, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled bandit that took the poor young man's life. There could be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great detection of the speckled band. Everyone's just shocked. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There, on the floor, you observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to draining any creature. Do snakes drink milk? Incredible! You've solved the mystery! Amazing! Your great detection really lives up to his name. I now see why Sherlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Can I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind?
It's just, about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me.
Yeah. One thing in particular, at the cause of death. I welcome questions as to my method, and I will answer them both loudly and proudly. I need another drink. Hold on. Alright.
Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family.
I will inform you, Adam. I was gonna say. Snakes don't drink milk.
And reptiles, don't drink milk.
Ah.
It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure if it would be possible to train a snake to using milk as a reward.
No matter. No doubt Miss Pepper will use some other treatment to encourage your pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. Logic holds.
Well, there's something else. Snakes have no ears.
Ah.
Yes, so I'm not sure if it would be really possible to signal a snake by whistling.
But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? Arabian Night!
I think perhaps the performers play the music in time with the snake's natural movements.
Busted! Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes.
There's one other thing.
You have more?
Snakes use the scales on the bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure if a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the others, like the ones in the cabins.
Then you should try harder.
Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even the snakes had gone to the ventilator next to our cabin, they couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine a snake could have been a part of this.
Oh, he looks depressed. Well, this is not good for us, though.
I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Neverhood.
Oh no, you don't mean.
Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be.
I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. And hopefully not implicate us in the pot. Yeah. Oh, hey Kiki. Hi Looney. And thanks for the host. Yeah, so I started a lot earlier, so I've been going for 2 hours now. Oh, go Sholmes deductions, yep. I'm on the second one, so we'll see how this goes. Just was waiting for Mr. Neverhood. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down your wrist again. What? Psst. Why do you keep taking off my handcuffs? Just so I could point or snap or whatever. You've done it again.
Your handcuffs are gone.
Where did they go? I can see that, yes. Okay. Fear not. I shall see that they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Please. Now, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. And just like last time, I'm not going to read everything. Course correction. Are you reading while listening? Cool. Following. There's nothing in here. Yep. Seen all this already. She did react to this. Call those horrible. Your aching heart smiles with pain. That has nothing to do with her heart. She does have a pain expression on her face.
Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then?
Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova.
Oh! Her hand is scratched. Oh, I didn't actually mean to look at that. Yeah, I'm actually gonna skip through all this because I know I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna present this.
Yes!
Claw scratch. Yes, when you recall those horror events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, a simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Ouch. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch? Sometime last night?
When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
That looks like a pretty deep scratch. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So yes, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on the gratuitous night? Alright, we're back to where we were. It was the friend, was it not? She reacted to that. Dealt a glance. Then he says that the snake is not. And then she's like, what? Seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. And if she was scratched by the fangs on the snake, there's one extra scratch first of all, and then second of all, she'd be dead because snake venom.
They don't even have hands or feet on which claws may grow.
Well then, the snake isn't her pet. What is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? I still think it's a cat.
You should follow her gaze, Mr. Horizon. That's where we find the answer.
So we got this. Yeah, okay. She's got a cat.
Yes!
What? You're looking over this framed photograph print, weren't you, Miss Pavlova? Well, let's not be distracted by the print itself. Oh no. The frame. It's the frame that was. Oh. What spectacularly contriving logic led you to this mindless conclusion? I think I forgot to check the frame. I guess I need to check the frame. Oh well, I suppose the logic and reason is spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to the show. That's my show. Kindly perform any particular experience on your own stage. Sorry, and there goes a life. Wop wop. Zabba 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 zabba. I just need to check the frame photo, see the cat. Yeah, she's got a cat. Zoom. Aw, oh, it's adorable! Ah, look at the frame photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away.
She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she?
No. And the cat has a freaking bell around its neck. Yes, that's true, but personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Black creature? Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this. Little kitten. Oh, it's a kitty! It's a little kitten.
Yes!
Here we go. Without a doubt, your friend is the little kitten you see before us. Yes, scratching the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. I guess it does look like a cat scratch. Yeah. So that also teaches me that sometimes we need to look at certain items in the scene to get a closer look at them. All right.
Oh no!
The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear. But what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you?
Darka is my best friend.
Darka.
Oh. I couldn't leave her behind.
Darka would appear to be Russian blue. And you, in fact, released us from a quandary. Blah 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 blah. We've already heard all this. And then the specimen is marking the description in any way. Yeah, exactly. What explanation can we give then, pray? What is the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this.
Yeah, she did react to that. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yeah, exactly. Yes, that is what you're trying, but failing to. Oh, and he's still saying it's the snake skin.
Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back.
If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known. Oh yes, ploy.
Oh yeah, yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sholmes' specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something.
I thought deduction was a specialty. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too.
Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake.
In which case, I'm pretty sure that's just a scarf. Just what is Miss Pavlo behind her back? Hiding behind her back. Huh. There's a scroll in there. You can't see that. I'm trying to look at it. Well, it is speckled and it has a band, but
What is it?
what? Oh, what is it? Seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. One looks like a handle at one end.
I think maybe a cat's toy.
This is sort of common in the West. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How's that a toy for cats?
Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it.
Duh.
Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it.
That sounds positively adorable. It is. It is freaking adorable. Hey, okay. Okay, I see. I see. And if you examine something that's falsely labeled, it changes. Now I can present this. Yes, the thing you're trying but failing to conceal is a cat's toy. Precisely, the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. Ah! And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it about, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there could be only one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cavern, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah! Considering the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime. Is it Blithism, Russian blue, pretty cat by the name of Darka. A truly troublesome feline, young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. Oh, don't cage the little kitten! You'll forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Oh, we actually got the photograph now. Cool. The tiara she would wear on stage can also be seen. Alright.
It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord.
Oh.
Before I could do anything, she disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she's so naughty.
A beloved kitten. How the victim died, though. Moving on, we come to the heart matter. Criminal demise. We have seen this already. Slut and why. Yeah, we got no signs of injury. She seemed to know something, though. A terrible venom. Okay, you're saying the exact same thing, and this is the biggest mark against you.
What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body.
That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned.
Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Yeah. Where is here's the autopsy. That's the wrong button. Well, actually, I can look at this. I haven't looked at this. Victim male, Far Eastern. Time death sometime between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Cause of death, damage to the cervical network, resulting in instant death. Figured. Victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external wounds or traces of poison. Not even a bruise? Huh. Interesting. Well, here you go. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes. I knew it was one or the other.
His neck was.
Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. I like the pose he's in. The jury is out. Anyway, we have a good authority on the victim's neck. That the victim's neck is broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we're back to where we started. Back to the next point. There remains evidence at the scene of the crime. Do you know about evidence? Deceased body. Examination of the deceased body. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone.
Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though.
Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow.
I suppose. It's possible that he had fall and hit the ground awkwardly.
An accidental death?
It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident.
Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it.
It's really hard to believe that Cosmo-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man.
We'll need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? I guess it's mark on the floor.
Yes!
I'm gonna try it. There we go. Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish.
Shoe polish?
Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I now carry as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. Wait, shoe polish is made with beeswax? I actually didn't know that. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asaji's lace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asaji must have caught his foot at the point of the floor and tripped.
Please no.
And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae was shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. Well, at least now we're saying it's accidental.
No! Oh! I don't know. I don't know anything about this.
Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left of the scene where Mr. Asaji lost his life? Yes, the facts are clear to say to me. He did all he could to conceal the incriminating evidence. Yeah, we get to the last part. Voluntary glance between the main picture shows the case. Just think about the traveling case, and yeah, that's wrong.
I don't believe it. Cosmo-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? Can't be true. I refuse to accept it.
I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened.
But
If this part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes.
where, I wonder?
Let's have a good look around. The answer must be in here somewhere. Okay, first of all, what's in the... Oh, we got the same sort of thing. Oh, actually, we can just look at the traveling case and see what's inside. This is where Miss Pavlova hid her friend.
That's right. That wasn't a snake after all.
No, it was that little kitten she calls Darka. Not that it's anywhere to be seen now. It let itself out of the case and gone exploring.
I expected it to wrap itself around someone's head somewhere, trying to make a new friend.
Either that, or it's scratching their head to pieces. The point is, where's it gone to? The tiara. What's a traveling case? The waste paper basket.
This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all first-class cabins have it.
There's something in there. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, the bell! Oh, what's that?
It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before.
Well, if it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than you might simply playing tricks on you.
Here we
Yes!
go. That's right, you hit the evidence that links you to the victim's death in the waste paper basket. Ah! Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air effect. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asaji's cabin. Yeah, as you can see, the two pieces fit perfectly together. Well, we need to get that piece of glass from the previous room to show that. But yeah.
Oh no!
So, Miss Pavlova, did we consider what this tells us? Why would it be this part of this, that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in a waste paper basket in your cabin?
Yeah!
You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not?
I don't.
I don't know. And that Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question.
What?
Take it away. You should never heard of. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be, let's see here. Oh man, is it the kitty's bell? Is it the cat bell?
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from darkest collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly auspicious fall. And the cause of that fatal stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka. Aww.
I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry.
Aw, man. Death by tripping over a cat. Well, that's so sad. But at least it's not murder. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night.
It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late. But I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands.
People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments.
She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her.
And that's how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it.
Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall. I knew I was not allowed to have Darka with me.
Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really.
So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping.
So at that point, you thought it safe to try and lure the kitten back again? By dangling me out of the toy through the ventilator into the adjoining cabin?
Darka always loved this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her, softly, but nothing. She didn't return.
The faint whistling sound Cosmo wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows, I'm friend.
Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. And afterwards, nothing. It was total silence.
Kazuma was. Death by kitten. From the appearance of the brow mark on the floor, it seemed likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asachi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, a combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards?
In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Your dog is nowhere to be seen.
I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again.
Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, at least he knows something about himself, at least. Jeez, man.
When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Papel, then whose is it? And where did it come from? What on earth such... Whoop! He's patting the snake? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Oh, I didn't say? Snake is my friend. His name is Pirozgo. Pirozgo. What? What? Snake is yours? A snake belongs to you. He escaped from cage when the emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into the cabin? What? Animals are not permitted on board. Ha! We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend, without someone who understands? Would you find someone a little more human, who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake. Surely you can appreciate the danger when you're putting everyone out. No venom. Pirozgo does not have venom. He's harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. It's venomless? Yes. Now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say milk. Like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snake that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Heroes don't eat mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Ah. Oh, sorry. I guess that explains the mouse trap outside. That was a mouse trap in the passageway out there for. I just said that. Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? These things top of the food chain, like look in their eyes right now. Sorry if I keep clearing my throat. It's not really clear. You know what? I'm gonna need to take another drink. If it refuses to drink milk, if it refuses to drink milk, it can't hear a whistle, it can't climb a bell cord, and it's not venomous. So ineptly in a starring role. It's not my fault.
I do not make up stories. Hiruzuko has nothing to do with this incident.
That's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Miss Pavlova?
I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover your guilt up with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you.
Whoa!
But
What are you talking about, Miss Mikatoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident.
I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruto?
Perfectly honest, yes. Uh-oh. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of. Just quite can't put my finger... Can't quite put my finger on it. Someone rang the bell. Someone rang the bell to stop the ship. Whoever pushed the button on and rang the bell is the murderer. Because that has to line up with everything all knocked over. That there was a reason why we had that entire scene earlier.
I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues in this matter.
Oh?
I'm only present here for a specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruto, are simply a distraction.
A distraction?
I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable.
Oh, no. No! Not again. When did he do that?
Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping you could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You are Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not?
Yes.
Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. We must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruto.
Yes. Whatever that may be.
The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I chase that down, then maybe the truth would become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Naruto.
So, shall we begin?
Yes.
Well, we should find her first. This means we lost his life in the cabin. We lost his life in the cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Was in fact no accident at all?
Yeah, we also don't know what the ink is for.
That was what we must establish in the first instance.
But
But we've already established it, haven't we? A man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Hold it!
Hey! Wait, let's just take a step back. Doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it?
I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid.
Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts that Miss Pavlova's story. The evidence is right there in Kazma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident.
Really?
Let's show our hand was never heard of. 10% for the evidence. Oh, cool, I'm full on health. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. Nothing to report. I'm getting very sus of Stroganoff now. I'm getting very sus of Stroganoff. I'm getting very sus of Stroganoff. What do you say here? You're getting whistling sound. This is some sort of speckling band. We already knew that. I mean, there's still someone trying to blame me for the murder, so... Or for the murder.
Yes!
Stop saying yes, please. The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asaji could have left this message on the floor.
That script is Russian, isn't it?
Indeed it is. The word's written. The word written means wardrobe.
I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case.
Or maybe he was studying Russian. And it's a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast.
Doesn't seem likely. It's actually not the point. Makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not.
Sorry, what do you mean?
Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Mr. Asaji could have left this message on the floor. He died instantly. The reason why is clearly explained here. Oh, he's just gonna straight up explain it. Damage to the cervical vertebrae, resulting in instant death. Ugh. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything. Because he was already dead. I like how they got rid of the message.
That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asaji's cabin. A remnant of something that could have possibly have been there. If what Miss Pavlova told us was true.
What?
So, Susan has noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves that there's no accident. In other words, you've seen. Another piece of evidence that proves there's no accident. I mean, if this was an accident, both parts of the bell would have been found, right?
Yes!
That's what I'm gonna go off of. Yeah, okay. at this piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? That's really what happened. It had in one half of the bell and ended up back here in this cabin. Oh.
Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no!
Both of these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Astergis died last night in this cabin, there was someone else in that room. He's got the same silhouette. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth in order to cover up his or her own guilt.
Yeah!
How would a 15-year-old... I don't get how a 15-year-old... why a 15-year-old girl would do something like this if it is her.
Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Astergis.
Hold it! What the? Hold it! More like, hold it! You are wasting time. Someone else was there? Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And only other person in cabin was young student who died. And the only other person in cabin when young student died was you.
Yes!
It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside with the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left a message. No, would have. There's no way you could have left a message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. In an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time.
And then the same person picked up a broken glass bell that had brought all the floor. For fear of it becoming evidence that would show up how Mr. Astergis really died.
But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always gonna raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended in the ceiling would have barely cast a light on the floor. Little wonder that it was a cold ferret nose fragment of the tiny item.
You all suspect me, don't you?
Hold it! Oh, he's got the snake off his head. His name is Stroganoff. Nina is warrior of sea. She is daughter of a strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills as she went away to join ballet company. Before, she was dancer on the ship, a member of ship's band. You did not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. He said that she was a young student died. That when the young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I get my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You're a great detective. You should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody can go into cabin. Not Nina, not anymore. Well, you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Yeah, it's impossible. He's right.
Oh wait, I read about this in detective stories. People often tie a thread around door latches so they can open and close with their eyes.
We just discussed that this is not a thing.
Dude, are you stupid?
We need to. Someone push the alarm. What is he saying?
These bulkheads open up barn doors.
Certainly not. They are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed from heavy steel, there's not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used.
No, of course not. I thought so too. Mr. Naruto suggested it earlier, so.
Son, why don't you shift it onto me like that?
So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door could have been bolted shut from the outside.
Not necessarily.
What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. In this very cabin. You can see the traces of the method I might have been used before. I don't believe it.
Well, Miss Naruto, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? The way to shut the bolt on the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes.
You really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruto?
Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. It did be happening. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruto? I guess the others didn't know about this. One of the signs of the method. They used the slide the cabin bolt door from the outside. What? Oh! Point out the telling signs of the method. Alright, just
Yes!
the fallen books then. Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things have toppled over?
That must mean that it happened when the ship made its emergency stop before.
Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown to reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that are fastened down are bound to fall over.
I believe. Yes. It's what's known as the force of inertia, acting on the objects.
So nothing Sister-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same forces that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious, just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We come into this cabin not long before, we had bolted the door. But then, and this flashback, we start seeing this all.
Oh, yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door.
Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force that's inertia. Inertia. If that's what if you want to call it that.
Were you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Osuji was killed?
Exactly.
The SS Furia made another emergency stop.
I guess that also explains why we have all these headaches. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over.
Oh, yes, I remember that. I stirred them all up again, didn't I?
And then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Miss Asuji's cabin.
Oh my!
Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? You out of your mind? You say Barrier made emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room.
Bro, it's simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside?
Used to trigger the emergency alarm?
Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you only to press the button in times of emergency? On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to relies on a lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Uh-oh, he turned his eyes away.
Wait! It was you!
When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today.
Oh, did you push the button earlier?
Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed. Whatever the occasion.
Oh man. Oh man. I didn't like this guy at first, but his one-liners are amazing. I'm starting to grow to this guy more and more. He sounds almost proud of himself.
How dare you mess with ship? I'll report you to Captain. You're in much trouble now.
No. I'm sure all can wait. I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel is making an emergency stop, the bolt in the cabin door slide closed. So, what we must now consider. Yes, it all comes down to one thing now.
You know, that's actually bad design. Surely they should have made the bolts a little bit more sturdy, because if like you're outside of your cabin and then the emergency stop goes off and the door slides shut, you can't re-enter your cabin. There's absolutely no way for you to re-enter your own cabin. But they probably have like some sort of emergency measure just in case.
Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asaji, did the ship make an emergency stop, or did it not?
You are idiots. Barrier is a huge ship with many passengers. If you make an emergency stop, even in the middle of the night, there will be chaos everywhere.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruto?
Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruto? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man.
What evidence that promotes your theory? That's evidence script vessel last night. Okay, this is where this comes in finally.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first class area of the ship. Isn't that right? That is correct. Why? In the ship's log here, that would be where you record the details of your duties.
What are you doing with that? That is mine.
Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop you, the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return to you later.
I left it there on purpose. This is where I put this always.
The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all.
Nothing recorded in the log? That is stop! Because nothing happened.
But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you?
Indeed so. Which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened. Here, aboard this SS Buria. Something sufficiently sufficient to make you forget to fill in the ship's log back.
Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself.
Oh, why?
Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed.
All of us have headaches, though.
That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we had experienced relief, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night.
Oh no, that's a good point. I guess that is a fair enough point, but how do you explain the headaches?
What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Oh, yes. I've had a headache, you're right. In fact, I've been feeling myself since I woke up today.
Who am I? My head's been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected.
That's right, my head's been throbbing today too. Headaches are terrible. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. The first thing I noticed this morning was a throbbing pain in my head. I'd already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me?
Tell me, Naruto. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you?
Oh, well, yes. Sorry.
The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on?
Oh, well, Cosmo looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals.
So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish served yesterday evening, I take it.
Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Cosmo wasn't fond of chicken.
Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all?
That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant?
My dear fellow, does it not strike you?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken?
I do.
No. Really? Is that really true?
The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a sulfuric design with it to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. Yeah, you're all drugged. A sleeping drug?
Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop?
Mr. Naruto, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea.
Precisely.
Placing every meal and every passenger on board with a sulfuric drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? What? Mr. Sholmes? Well, seaman? Eh? I'm sorry to say Deception in this manner will get you nowhere. Yeah, I'm getting really sus of you now. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over to the coals. Or hauled over to the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade.
Please, no more. I'll tell everything.
Eh?
I cannot make prowls like this for everyone anymore.
Wait, what do you know?
These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe.
Yes. So when I decide to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help in our angel. I don't believe it. You were right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night.
Yes, I remember now.
I didn't know I was chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Duh, we cannot make any all drug. How do you say dissolve?
Talk about heavy seasoning.
At midnight, in what is New Shanghai, we brought the angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with a small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Beria slept soundly.
Thanks to all the magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion and their evening meals I contained.
So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazma's cabin door.
But how does that make sense?
But how does that make sense? I'm seriously getting my voices mixed up. Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case. And there would have been a complete chaos.
Oh, I wouldn't say so.
What?
Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meals of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug.
Quite.
Accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night.
Yes.
The overwhelming majority of passengers would have habitually sleep within their cabin doors until awake. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt in a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning.
You have talked a long time and said many things. What's his point?
The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night.
But I don't know any of this. I'm just a little girl.
You seem to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen for too long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes.
A laudable trait.
What?
I'm quite of the same disposition. A good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruto. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? The accusatory cry on the wind? What accusatory cry, Guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Perfect balling, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all detection. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come. For one final logic and reason spectacular to expose the truth. One last one. Okay, I guess we're going through this. So, Mr. Naruto, your existence, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said. At least her prevaricators? Prevaricators? Okay. Observation.
If you remember, Mr. Naruto, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Ezra's death. What we're looking for is a trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened.
Precisely. You're delightfully quick to grasp my meaning.
Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. There's just someone who was there, it seems. Chunky art. Chunky. Whoa! Whoa, I saw that. How do I get back to that? There we go.
Yes!
Freaking ink stain. I knew it. Seaman Stroganoff, you seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there.
Yes, I don't know where the dirt come from.
Dirt?
So nothing particular is mine about the stain. What are you trying to say? You gotta pray that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain.
It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform.
And I think what made it clear. Is clear.
Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruto, present the evidence that proves it.
My pleasure. Alright then. The evidence that proves what that stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is. I assume it's gonna be this, because that's the only, we have like, the ink writing.
Yes!
Yeah, cool. Yes, it's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink.
A rather unusual color of ink.
Purple.
Oh!
The penny drops at last.
Now you see the significance.
The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. The stain on the back of the uniform is ink of exactly the same color.
If the ink had been dried, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moment immediately after the ink was spilled. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in Death Stone's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Buria do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel.
Aww.
Biff, please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheep.
Biff, please, you must help me.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw Susan's body on floor. What happened here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you.
Kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asaji's cabin. Then he tripped over and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Ow. So it is just an accident.
Yes, that is right.
So after the incident when the cat ran away,
Mr. Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers.
only to find its occupants lying lifeless on the floor.
She said she was worried when she heard the sound of something falling on the floor. That is when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked. She opened to look in. You already know what happened after.
It's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asaji's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I already told you! When Nina opened the door of the student's cabin and looked inside,
I was missing as Miss Pavlova.
Well, Miss Pavlova, oh,
Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark. He was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared.
I understand.
I understand, but I believe you.
So that's finally it now. Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very news in my mind. What? What? I thought we were almost done. Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
this photograph. Yes, I took it myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. An unfortunate incident that precipitated these events. A kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural.
What?
What do you mean, unnatural?
What do you guys want to the matter, Mr. Naruto? Oh, well... If Kazuma tripped and fell by some terrible stroke of bad luck, and some terrible stroke of luck by some terrible stroke of luck broke his neck, which part of the photographic print seems unnatural? This part would... I mean, this part's done. This would be perfectly fine, because if they're trying to blame someone else for the murder, or for a possible murder, then they would definitely, like... Yeah, so their hand would definitely be in this position. But this hand is in a fist. Shouldn't this be upright? Shouldn't this be like flat on the ground?
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then his fist just doesn't seem quite right. Yeah!
The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. And here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into the fist. No, you might say. as though he was gripping something.
What do you mean?
Simply that I took the liberty investigating the victim's fist a short while ago.
What? You did?
And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow?
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Mr. Sholmes, show us, please.
Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found.
One of her earrings?
Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle.
Yes, right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing.
I'm not so sure. The crescent moon looks familiar somehow.
I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruto. That is the key.
What?
The truth is now tantalizingly close.
How did that crescent moon come to Kazuma's clenched fist?
This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance does it have? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes.
I think I already know. Yeah, she's got nothing on this ear. And she's got something on this ear. I don't know which ear to choose. I'm gonna choose this one. Because it's got the actual ears on it. There we go. And she turned her head. Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. I see a crescent moon as well. What? And on your other ear. This seems to be a crescent moon missing. A little link holding it must have broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruto? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Asoji must have gripped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night, Mr. Asoji's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asoji do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments?
Oh no!
Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma?
When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in the cabin, and I can relax after this horrible long day. Taka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Taka would not come back.
What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine.
The young man kind. He helped me to find Darga. He promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, I was gonna leave this man's cabin.
Just a moment, sorry, but
Oh, yes?
I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before.
Ah!
Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina.
Huh? No. I don't know that name.
My heart nearly stopped when he said,
My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina?
Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company works performing in Shanghai at this moment.
I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth. I hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice.
I see. So you've run away.
Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone.
Give me a moment. I can use another opinion here.
He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted. Darker jumped out of my hands and down to the young man's feet. And he turned around to look at me. I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me.
That's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said,
Help me, Beth! If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go.
so you decided to help. That's when you arranged things in Kazma's cabin to make it look like I did it, so that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into the cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right. That's when he found me.
So you worked out a plan. To lay the blame on the stowaway.
I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper stein. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susada started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to a good place and used ink to spilling to write on floor. I wrote, blah 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 blah, so the person who had found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what did the glass spell?
It was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see.
But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. Accordingly, the SS Barrier did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m. 2 a.m. Thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the lockroom mystery. So it was a murder. Not an intentional murder, but it was murder. Still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova.
What?
Well, he said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Now, even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Well, that'd have been a problem.
It was what he said first. That made me scared.
What he said first. What are you doing here at this time of night, What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. Oh, yeah, we've already heard this.
He said an inspector was his friend.
Oh, yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard.
I thought if the police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before you can pull the bell cord, May I stop you for a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, wasn't Master Astrogy really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Nohardo?
I think he was trying to notify me. Well, I'm not Cosma, so I can't know for certain. But he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done.
No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back.
Well, Mr. Naruto, the day's work is not done. It's not yet done, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes, what action was the victim really trying to take at the moment? To be determined whether the young man's gaze was directed. First, see the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy, I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, spent quite a lot of time in that wardrobe, but still. The cabin has been my home this entire voyage.
So this is how the cabin looked like last night. Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-san.
Yes, that's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruto? Yes. If there's one thing I've learned today, that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be outbite, even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. Then when we turn away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? Pretty sure.
Take that!
The wardrobe. Take that! Considering everything that happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Cosmo was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however. What was directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe.
The wardrobe?
And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly.
Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Astrogy's exact words last night?
Give me a moment. Yep.
Another opinion?
Yes, another member of the crew. No, Mr. Astrogy intended to consult his close friend on the matter. See if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt.
Oh no!
Sadly, we can't
know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Astrogy was looking at. Things may have ended up very different if you had.
Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. That will never change. I hope you'll never forget that.
I'm sorry. Haley, I'm sorry. So sorry.
What? Why do both quote-unquote murderers have to be girls so far? Aww.
What have I done?
And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Beria was finally laid to rest. It seems like not all cases in this game actually go to court, which I kind of like. That nice change of pace. Brings in some investigations into the, as in like the Ace Attorney investigation series. Sort of like that, but I kind of want to see like a combination of both courts and investigations soon. Maybe it's like the first case was just court, second case is this, the investigation, and then every other case from here on out is a combination of both of them. Maybe that's why it's felt so long. But anyway, let's finish this case. What happened to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police in Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort that all out. Mr. Sholmes can do that. So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff. I wanted to help out Angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I won't give myself to British people. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazma's death feels like such a waste, but... Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, will you? Well, at the very least, it wasn't some bastard like Red White that killed the person we knew and loved. Wait, I hated Red White so much. Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. I just realized your black eye's fixed. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. I think that only days ago, Kazma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. It seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? How would you sneak into my room? Oh, she's got the katana. Susato-san.
Naruto-san, I didn't know you had returned.
Oh, well, I'm back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that.
I still can't believe this has happened. I still can't believe someone's life can be over. Just like that.
Susada-san.
He had such great ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away. Just as he asked. I thought he could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much now, Rudolph-san. It's just too much.
Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Huh? Oh.
Inspector!
My duty was to see Asoji-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder.
Nobody blames you, Inspector. What? I'm freaking at least. What? Huh? Oh, ha 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 ha. Surprised, Mr. Never Heard of? What is the meaning of this?
Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head. I think I should always picture you wearing those shackles.
Dude.
Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting.
Dude, take them off, please. Sorry?
So I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway after all.
Stowaways don't get handcuffed, though. He thinks this is funny.
Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you. By the bottom of my hat.
Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincerest condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you'll be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened.
What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway.
The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant.
Was to be.
In light of Mr. Asaji's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead.
But wait. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Poor Susada-san. One lawyer...
My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely.
But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid.
Oh, but
But anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourself another suitable lawyer.
yes.
Mr. Sato,
Yes?
do you think perhaps I might be able to do it?
But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruto. Oh, unless... Are you studying law?
No, I'm not, but
I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I say, there's still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruto?
yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain.
Mr. Naruto,
That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anyone could learn all that in just 40 days?
There's only one way to find out. I'll work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day, if you let me try. And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate.
But why put yourself in such a difficult position?
For Kazuma. He said that there was something that he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I'll become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? Aww.
I think it's a wonderful idea.
Thank you. So, what is our bespectacled inspector friend say?
Are you serious?
One lawyer and one assistant. Numbers indisputable.
No, it's madness.
Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree?
Fascinating.
Duty rules on the dull routine of business that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination.
Speak for yourself.
Besides, qualifications are no measure. What matters is his character. No?
And you witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the area I was this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his closest companion, despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage.
Well, what about wisdom and power?
Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice.
Inspector?
After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
If you excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make my report.
You're gonna end up with another black eye, aren't you?
Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruto?
Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer?
I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all.
Aw, there's a smile and the Maya fists. Thank you.
And, Mr. Naruto, I'd like you to take charge of this.
What? Me? Are you sure? I don't know how to use a freaking sword.
I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword. It's been in the Asaji clan for generations.
Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Mr. Sato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet.
It'll be an honor, Mr. Naruto. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom.
I'll fail every spare moment of this day. That's a cute pose. Yes, that's exactly what I need. And by the end of this journey, he's gonna be like, why? Why more studying?
But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you, though, too.
Goodness, what is it?
Please throw me to the ground. 3 times.
What?
I should never have doubted you. You are Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgettable behavior.
No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away. When the cabin door was locked.
No! I won't make your excuses. I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times.
5? I don't remember you doing it 5 times. Number keeps creeping up, doesn't it?
Please, you must. Just take a hold of me and throw it. Do it. Don't even think about it.
No, I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life.
Very well, Mr. Naruto. It isn't skill 1 requires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes!
I've observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. Who need to see that? I presume it'll be a form of Japanese wrestling.
Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling. My own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique.
Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. I'll be Ewing. I'm a practitioner of combative arts myself. I'm a somewhat accomplished boxer. Here he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you can be so kind as instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw.
Yes, I'd be honored.
And let's not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam.
Oh, of course.
No. Are you ready, Mr. Naruto? No, sorry. Hey!
As you can see, you throw it from the abdomen.
Oh yes, arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it?
Actually, no. That is just how to squash.
My groggy state of consciousness. A scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flicking in my mind. Karuma. That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asuji clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I was wondering why. I'm surprised it wasn't a murder weapon in this case. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little regular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from a katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. His name compels the wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'll appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Gonna get a Bible thump.
That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. The end. End of case 2.
And only 4 hours into the stream. Hey, Crash Course candidate. The Adventure of the Runaway Room. Alright. Well, that'll be the end of the stream for me. It's 4 hours. I'm glad I decided to start earlier and end later. Because these sessions could be fairly long. At least there wasn't a trial portion of that, because that could have gone on way longer. So, with that, that's going to be it for me. And I will see you next time.